Thank you for again for
Hello.
joining us in the event today. I hope everyone is looking forward to another exciting day too. Where are you watching from? Please write in the chat box if you like.
Before we start, we would like to introduce ourselves. We are second-year students at Hokusei Gakuen University, based in Sapporo, Hokkaido, Japan. I'm Hina Katayama. I major in economics.
I'm Rai Kurokawa. I major in economics too. We'll be the moderator for today. Welcome all to the guests, all to the Global Fireside presented by the student of the Global Skills Project. It's great to see all here. We hope everyone is doing well.
This is our first time hosting such an event, and the challenge is doing this in English, but we hope for your support today, so drop us a comment anytime on the chat box. Lai, there are many comments in the chat box. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning from Malaysia.
Malaysia.
Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, okay. So, our first very special guest today is Mr. Hunt Etheridge, who is joining us all the way from New York, United States. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm good. Thank you so much. It was a beautiful spring day, and I'm happy that winter seems to be behind us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So before we proceed further, I would like to introduce a few about our current project. The Global Skills Project, called GSP, is a special program at Hokusei and consists of students outside of the English Literature Department. In our activities, we are self-motivators focused on teamwork and efficiency, as we always challenge ourselves to do tasks that are outside of our comfort zone. Although it is often challenging, we enjoy working with the members of the group to look globally and seek new knowledge. This event is a collaboration between second-year student of Hokusei Gakuen University and Malaysian company called Synapze. We will learn more about Synapze later today. 6 subject matter experts in the industry from different countries will be invited for discussion.
Let me briefly introduce our guest now. He is a marketing expert and entrepreneur focusing on the business of dating and relationships. He is a founder and senior partner of International Dating Coach Association, IDCA, a founder of livedatingadvice.com, and is the head coach and head of marketing at New York Dating Coach. He also has his own practice at huntforadvice.com. We will be speaking to him today about how we can all have better communication skills. So, Mr. Hunt, could you please introduce yourself and tell us more of your background?
Sure. Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Hina. Yes, my name is Hunt Etheridge. I am a dating and relationship expert. I have been studying and doing this for around 16 years professionally at this point. And my goal is always to turn people into the best versions of themselves, not someone else, not who they think they should be, not to a famous movie star, but find out what makes them who they are and make that come forth and shine. And so it has been so interesting that when I started doing this, people weren't even doing online dating, and how far we've come since then. So being able to watch all of the trends and how people are dating, from swiping and all of the new phrases that are invented like ghosting, or breadcrumbing or any of these different ways to describe relationships, I find it very interesting. So I'm very happy that I get to bring people joy.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. So we want to move on question time.
So, okay, my question is, your line of work is an interesting one, and it's work that would never have occurred to me. So why did you decided to embark on this journey?
It is definitely an interesting line of work. In the matchmaking world and in the dating coaching world, we all joke amongst ourselves because no one thought they were going to get into this. We all wanted to be doctors and lawyers and all of the things that many people want to be. But for each of us, something happened in our lives or careers that pulled us into a certain direction. For me, it was my psychiatrist. I was going to my therapist many years ago for many things just to keep myself healthy. And she said to me something that I will never forget. The men that come in here are broken and I can fix them. But the thing they want the most is a woman by their side. And I can't give them that. You know more about this than anybody I've ever met. You need to figure out a way to monetize this. And the minute you do, I will refer all of my clients to you. So it was very surprising for me to hear a female psychotherapist so strongly suggest to me that this is something that I should pursue, because it didn't really exist at that point. But that's at least what started the journey of, do I know more? Is this something that can be taught? Is it a science? Is it an art? How do you break it down? How do you teach it? And so since there wasn't really anything beforehand, we had to sort of make it up as we went along and learn how to do it and how to be the best servant for all of our clients that we had. And now, having been in the industry for so long and studied it for so long, I've become such an expert on the subject that I get to speak on it in many places, and I love it. I love it. So because one of the things that I love about my job is there's a phrase in the United States called, don't take your work home with you. If you have a tough day at your job, leave that mentally at your job and don't bring that emotion home with you. Whereas for me, I will learn something in my work about relationships and I'll bring it into my own relationship with my wife. Or I'll learn something in my own relationship with my wife and I will bring it into my coaching. So I love the fact that I can bring both of my work and my personal together, because I think that makes me the most complete me.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then I think that the foundation of your work is based on communication between people. So what are some of the key elements needed to communicate effectively?
Sure, I'm sure we will figure this all out in 15 minutes. And so the poets and the musicians will never need to write about it ever again. So the first part is to, I believe, to quote Polonius, know thyself. If you don't know what you want, it's hard to communicate that. So that is usually the first thing, and usually the hardest thing, because some people say to me, I want this, or I would like to talk to this person like this. And I say to them, is that truly what you want? Is that how you want to connect with that person? And so then the second part, obviously, is trying to connect. So there, again, we will come back to, so I believe all communication, all relationships of all sorts are based on chemistry. We want to, even if it's professional, this person has a good idea at their job. I want to see where this could go. I like the emotions that are coming up with this. So we are always trying to find a bond with someone, to have that chemistry. And chemistry is a lot like luck. We know it when it's there, we know it when it's not there, but we don't really know how to develop it ourselves so much. But there's a phrase that I like, says, luck favors the prepared mind. So when it comes to communication as well too, the more prepared we are, the easier it becomes. So how do you prepare for conversations? Let me ask Hina or Rai, either of you, a question. When you meet somebody for the first time, what are some common questions you may be asked?
Firstly, I ask someone about, tell me about yourself. So I want to know about what kind of person. So that's why I ask this question.
And Rai, what about you? What is a common question people ask when they're starting to get to know someone?
What's your hobby? So
exactly.
Yeah.
So these types of questions, what do you do? Where are you from? Do you have family? We know every time we meet somebody new, basically, we're going to get those same questions. And yet, we don't prepare. If you were in a professional job and you knew that you had a 100% chance of an outcome occurring, usually we try to maximize our benefits, minimize our losses, and make the event do well for us. And yet when we look at relationships, we don't take that same knowledge with us. Hina and Rai, you know you are going to get those questions asked to you again in your life for 100% certainty, for thousands of times. Yet we, all of us, don't necessarily think about how to maximize the benefit and minimize our losses. So I teach people, if you know you are going to get asked some of these questions, why don't you think of how you would like to respond? And hopefully in a way that can create positive emotions. And so, because if you talk to one of your friends and you say, how was your day? Fine. Okay, not much is going to happen now. There's not much communication going on. So when you can start to learn how to ask questions that make people excited about answering, that's a good start. So instead of saying, what food do you like? You could say, what is the favorite meal you've ever had? Because then that person may talk about their wonderful grandmother's recipe or a vacation that they took when they were a child, but it has all these positive emotions with it. So as opposed to just answering, I like ramen, I like beef, that becomes a very logical way of interacting with each other. We as humans interact so much logically with each other, like the exchange of information. Where are you from? Kyoto. What is your hobby? Fishing. Do you have family? Yes. These are common questions, but they're very logical and they don't really communicate. You're just giving little answers. But when you can ask questions or start to share more about that instead of saying, where are you from? What is your area known for? Instead of saying, do you have family? What were holidays like for you as a kid? And you can learn different ways of asking the same questions that start to make people want to answer you, excited to answer you. And if you're good, then you can make them feel good about themselves, because we all want to make each other happy in conversations. But if you can make someone feel good about themselves, that's the real stuff. Like if I asked you, Rai, and you don't have to answer this, but what was your proudest moment of last year? Oh, well, and you can tell a story that makes you feel pride, that makes you feel good, and everybody around you gets to hear that story of you feeling good and prideful in a good way. So I think that communication is learning to ask questions that allow people to open up is a good way to start, and also preparing an answer, because you know you're going to get these questions again yourself. And if you can do something just a little bit different, catch someone's attention, then you've really started to create that bond, which can open the doors to much more communication.
Wow, that's amazing. Hina, what do you think about it? For me, it is
yes.
so amazing.
Yes, I learned to better communicate, need how to ask firstly. So I try to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next question. Recently, there has been a coronavirus disease and people's lives are changing with it. So how have relationship challenges developed during this pandemic?
Do we have 2 hours? Yes, so many factors at play. One is us. Our muscles are atrophying. We have social muscles. Anytime you don't use any muscle, it decreases. And so if we just look at the vast difference in quantity of people that we've interacted with, I know for me, going on the subway in New York City, on one day, I can see thousands of people. And so you multiply that by days and weeks, and then you take all of that away. It definitely changes things. I have 2 studies. One of them is called Minimal Social Interactions with Strangers Predict Greater Subjective Well-Being. Meaning, when you can interact with strangers positively, it makes you feel happy. If you smile at someone, they in turn smile at you, which makes you feel happy. And that got taken away. And so we have all of these tools. We were psychologically, biologically, physiologically evolved to have a community. And when these things are taken away, it makes things difficult. So that first part is on each of us as our own muscles start to, we are out of practice. We're not playing the sport that we normally played. I remember the first time I went out after the real deep pandemic, and I just found myself staring at everyone because I hadn't seen people. So, oh, wait, we're not supposed to do that anymore. So we have that, which is one aspect. Then we have a lack of places to meet people like we used to. It's getting better and it still exists. But in New York City, in one night, again, I could go out to a bar, and in that bar could be 300 people. So I could have the opportunity to meet 300 new people every night if I so chose. Now you take that away. And it has become very difficult for people because also when it comes to mental health, anybody, all of us suffer from something. And it just made everything a little bit worse. So we're trying to put everything back together again. So what I'm actually thinking about doing a series of videos on how to reconnect with human beings again. Because I keep getting a lot of my friends asking me, like, specifically within college, is the thing, you have hundreds of people with your same interests and same ages all around you. So it makes it easier statistically to meet new people that share the same interests. When you get to be older, it's harder. And then now you have this. And so what I've been recommending and doing myself is that we each need to go a little bit further ourselves. Take it upon ourselves, each of us, because it's one of, like, if you do nothing, nothing will happen. And for the most part, if you were somewhere in public and someone nicely approached you and said, hey, you look interesting and I've lost all my friends these last 2 years. Would you like to get a soda? Yeah, no, like, sure, why not? We give each other the benefit of the doubt because we believe in other people. But when we think about ourselves, oh, I don't want to do that. That would just annoy them. They don't want to hear from me. And again, so that's how we get in our own way. And so we need to take some more deep breaths and start to get back out there again, because everyone is very forgiving right now. It is a worldwide trauma that we went through. We all went through this together. And so people are very understanding and forgiving of being slightly socially awkward or making mistakes, because we've all been there. So I think right now is a perfect time to stretch your muscles or your wings a little bit more, because everyone is going to be so receptive to wanting someone to have that human connection. So what I would say is take some more risks, because people are going to be more welcoming.
So thank you, that exactly. So as you mentioned, there are fewer opportunities to meet people face to face in person since this pandemic. So I think that more and more people will become uncomfortable with interacting with others due to prevalence of online and COVID-19. So could you share with us how we can deal with interpersonal complexes?
Oh yeah. So okay. I'm just trying to figure out where to bring the conversation back. So when I started doing dating coaching in late 90s, early 2000s, probably, you only had to meet people in person. There was one skill set. How do I present myself in person? Firm handshake, shoulders back, chin up, eye contact, whatever. It was a skill that you were taught a bit, and then online dating came out. Well, the internet came out, online came out, and online dating came out. And now we were presented with a new way of presenting yourself online. Words, like, think of online dating profiles. So you might be great at in-person interacting, but you do not have the skills to learn how to present yourself well in writing. So people had to learn a whole new set of skills, and they're still working on it. And then we had COVID. And so this right here is one of the most artificial ways of interacting as humans, as I've said, because we've been biologically evolved to deal with people in real life. For instance, This muscle in between your eyes is called the glabella. This muscle and the ones under your eyes, we have been programmed to read and understand the subtle meanings of all of these tiny muscles. And then you're giving a presentation back here and no one can connect with you because they can't see your face. So I had to start teaching a third way of communicating. How do you do it like this? Because even if you were good in person and even if you were good online writing, like the first biggest thing that we all had to learn, right, was where to look, because we'd be sitting here looking at our screen and not the camera, and you don't have the connection. So we had to learn to look at the camera, but now I'm missing the connection of your faces. So get a new skill set. And when it comes to these interacting too, for instance, when two people meet together anywhere, friendships, dating, anything, you have things around you. You have your surroundings to comment upon. Look at that dog. Would you like ice cream? Oh, look at the helicopter. It gives you prods for conversation. And when people were having these Zoom dates and it was just them and just a white wall behind them, that may be okay for professional meetings, no problem. But this is not a professional meeting. But people were trying to use the same skill sets because it's learning new skills and using them in other places. So I had to teach them how to be interesting online, because if you do the same thing that you would do in person, you're losing value online. Connecting is just the way it is. So in order to have the same connectivity, you have to raise something else. So in my theater, one of the things that we used to say was you had to sell it to the back row. If you were in the back row of a theater, you needed to give them just as much of a show as the people in the front. And if I was talking to somebody right at front, well, I don't know, I might have some ideas and think, and I would use these smaller muscles. But again, if I'm even this far back, I have to make sure that when I'm talking about an emotion, that I really use my face and body to convey what I'm thinking so that I can have that connection with people again. And it seems so over the top. But next time you watch the news, people smile when they talk. Hello, my name is Hunt Etheridge, and we've got the weather up next. But first, we're going to check in with Hina to hear about what happened last night. When we do it ourselves, I want both of you guys to just smile and say, hello, my name is, and see how different it feels. Try it.
Hello, my name is Rai Kurokawa.
And Hina?
Hello, my name is Hina Katayama.
It feels weird in your cheeks, but it looks good. It looks natural, and it makes me want to connect with you because I can see your human emotions. And other things when it comes to connecting non-professionally on Zoom is do not have a simple background, have a complicated background, because I want to know who you are. You know, when I go to somebody's house, I want to look at their bookshelf, right? I want to know what books they read because that tells me a little bit about who they are. And when you have nothing to go on, it's really hard because you're also just sitting there and talking like this. So I tell people, bring things in, bring a trophy that you won, bring an interesting painting that you bought, something that gives the ability to comment on. And another thing about this as well too is it's harder, but bringing movement back into it. So one of the things I instructed my clients to do was, okay, right now, go grab the closest thing to you that means a lot. Because it brings physical movement back into, even if it's online, back into this, gets the body running again. And if we are interested in that other person, in that man, in that woman, this is not all we want to see of that person. We want to see their body. We want to see how they move. So find an excuse to be able to move. So, like if I want to show that I've been working out and my stomach looks good. Oh, let me see. I gotta go grab that over there. I'll be right back. You know, or we find excuses. If you are a woman, there are other things that men we like to look at as well too. That normally happens when you are in person with people. And so it's trying to, you can't replicate being with someone in person, but you can start to try to add other things that you wouldn't do normally that at least will sort of balance out that interaction and still give you the emotions and the fun and the movement to at least have a mimicry of real life.
Thank you. It's interesting story. So we have many comments in the chat box. So Miss Arisa, this story is interesting. And
Yeah, Yume Kimura is, we need to create value that is unique to online.
also,
For me, just I want to comment on that value statement, because for me, dating and relationships is about showing that you have value and learning if that person and what value that has. So the quicker that you can demonstrate that you have value, the quicker it can make that relationship move along as well.
So here, yeah.
Yes. Move on to next question.
Yes.
Okay.
And yeah, and you've helped people of all genders and ages with their dating and relationship issues. So my question is, how do you find the right solution for each person?
That is where the art comes in a bit. So there are two things that you look for first. Self-awareness. Is the person being realistic? Start. If they are, I'm going to over-exaggerate here. But if you have a 70-year-old man and he says, I want a 20-year-old woman that wants to have children, like, okay, all right, okay, I hear you. Let me understand what it is driving you. You know, but that's an over-exaggeration. And let me get something slighter, like a woman who's short and makes a decent living. She meets with me and says, I need a man that's tall and I need a man that makes a lot of money. No, you don't. You want that, and that's okay. But I hear you also. What I hear you say is, I need a man that makes me feel like he can protect me, that makes me feel safe. Okay. I need a man that understands passion, drive, that understands how to work hard. It might not be that he's rich. He might own a small business. He might be a carpenter. So figuring out the difference between wants and needs and figuring out if you are being realistic in what you are looking for is always the first thing. One of the things that has made it difficult for me with my ladies is Disney. Someday my prince will come. there is an entire generation of women that have been taught to do nothing, and a perfect man will come and swoop you off your feet with no effort on your behalf. That is not reality. So that is something I work on with that as well. And then I would call myself a dating therapist if the word therapy didn't scare people away, because my job is to hear the questions behind the questions. For example, I had a client that said, the last 10 first dates I had, I brought them to this specific restaurant and I didn't get any second dates. So I'm obviously taking them to the wrong restaurant. Where should I take them? I don't think it's the restaurant that is the issue here. And then learning what it is that you want, what it is, listening, because one's own self is notoriously bad at figuring out what one needs. I'm not good at figuring out my needs. I'm good at figuring out what I want. It's much harder to figure out your needs. So our job is to help them figure out if what they're looking for is real. And then we try to also help them open more doors so that their pool raises, or get them used to certain ideas, or even to understand data. In New York City, there are 5 women for every 3 guys. In San Francisco, there are 3 women for 5 guys. So if economics majors, if you understand the law of supply and demand, it's going to affect the interactions. It can't not. So what one might do in New York City to attract a mate is going to be very different in a place that has a different ratio of sexes set up. So when people have asked, what are the solutions? Some of the things like, how serious are you? Some people they love their city. I know it's a tough city, but I want to stay here. Okay, no problem. But if your priority is, I want to get married and have children, then maybe it would behoove you to move to a place that is going to give you a higher likelihood of that happening. So that's one of the reasons I love this, is every person's solution is going to be unique, because each person's situation is unique. And this is where sometimes I thought it would be difficult in the coaching, because yes, every single person's situation is different and unique. However, there are only a certain amount of templates of relationships or of acting. And so when you can understand most of the templates, then you can tweak the dials a little bit for the individuality. Like, for instance, I will meet with a client who says, I fell in love with this girl and she dumped me. No one has ever felt like this before. Yeah, they have. There's a lot of songs written on that. So we'll use the knowledge from literally thousands of years. I don't know if you can see, one of the books I use in my teaching is The Art of War, because dating is not war, but dating is tactics. And one specific thing I use from that is learn how to change your weaknesses into strengths. And so each person gives me a different challenge to figure out, because also I need to figure out what they can hear. Because if there is, let's say if we're judging people on scales of 1 to 10, if you have a person that's a 1 and thinks they're a 10, and then you have a person that's a 10 and thinks they're a 1, I'm going to have to come at the same situation 2 very different ways. And that's just something that comes with experience and time.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your amazing stories. And so what did you learn today's session?
From the last question, I think the finding unique individualities is significant to find the right solution for each person. Thank you. How about you, Lai?
Yeah, for me, recently I'm facing that problem, the communicate with especially for first meet person. And then, but today I learned a lot of things about communicate in the relationship. So I am going to try new things about and what I have learned from you. So thank you for sharing your amazing story. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. All right. Can you guys give me a peace sign so I can do a screenshot?
Okay. Yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I had so much fun talking with you guys. And as I said before, I will always be available for you for the rest of your lives. Anytime you guys want to check in and learn and we can talk, I'll always be here for you.
Thank you very much. So Hina, closing.
Yes. Okay. We had learned a lot from you. We are pleased to have this precious opportunity with you today. It was a really great time for us. So we are really appreciate your cooperation. We are very grateful that so many people from all over the world came to watch this session. I hope you enjoyed it.
I love it.
Thank you. Thank you. And we are just getting started for day 2, and we will have our next session at 12:30 p.m. Japan time. The topic is how to expand one's possibility and self-expression. So if you are available to join the next session, if you are unable to catch us live, you are welcome to come back to the platform at any time to watch the recording of the sessions you missed, even for day 1. So till we meet again, bye. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rai Kurokawa, and I major in economics.
I'm Hina Katayama. I also study economics. We are second-year students at Hokusei Gakuen University, based in Sapporo, Hokkaido, Japan. We are your co-moderators for this session. Welcome all to the Global Fireside Chat presented by the students of Global Skills Project. It's great to see you all here.
This is the second session today, and if you have already attended the first, we would appreciate your comments for this session too. Everyone, where are you watching from? Please write in the chat box if you like. Our second guest today is a lovely Miss Ilya Francis. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Hina. It's
Hello.
such a pleasure to have you, to have me in this virtual stage. It's for me a true honor to be with you guys to support your project, but especially to bring everything that I've learned over the years with stumbles, with fall. So everybody also has the courage to also take over, their own line, self-express, and feel confident, even if you're not perfect.
Thank
you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you. And Japan is celebrating Happy International Women's Day on March 8th. In Canada, it is March 7th, so it is maybe tomorrow, but Happy International Women's Day.
Exactly. Happy International Women's Day for you as well,
Thank you. So before we proceed further, I'd like to introduce a few of our current activities. The Global Skills Project, called GSP, is a special program at Hokusei and consists of students outside of the English Literature Department. In our activities, we are self-motivators focused on teamwork and efficiency, as we always challenge ourselves to do tasks that are outside of our comfort zone. Although it is often challenging, we enjoy working with the members of the group to look globally and seek new knowledge. This event is a collaboration between second-year students of Hokusei Gakuen University and a Malaysian company called Synapze. We will learn more about Synapze later today. Six subject matter experts in their industry from different countries will be invited for discussion.
Let me give a brief introduction about our guest. She is a LinkedIn strategist for the readers and accomplished public speaker. She works at Hustle and Heels in Toronto, Canada. Today's topic is on self-expression and how to expand one's possibilities. Miss Frances, could you please introduce yourself and tell us about your background?
Thank you. So I am an industrial engineer, and I've been over 20 years of my whole career as an engineer. I've worked for oil and gas companies back in my home country, Venezuela. But then I decided to take the leap and do something different. So I decided to immigrate to Canada. And I had to pivot. I had to pivot industry because the city where I decided to live doesn't have oil and gas. The oil and gas is by the middle of, around the middle of Canada, and I'm in Toronto, in Ontario. So I needed to start from zero. I had no network. I didn't know anybody. So little by little, well, I also met my husband here, and with my husband, I acquired those, that network that he had, for over the years, because he's a Canadian. So I started working for tech companies, for manufacturing companies, and now I am in the gas sector as well. But I fell in love. I needed to do something else. I needed to find not only meaning in what I was doing for business to business, for other organizations. But I realized that I needed to have the human touch, the human component. And once I started helping my friends on how to fix their LinkedIn profiles, how to enhance their resumes, because they didn't know how to do it. They were also immigrants and they had a gap. I realized that I had a gap between being Venezuelan and coming to a different culture, a different job, strategies, another way to do things. I said I need to go back to the same place where I was before, and I know that there's a gap that I have, so I need to fill it up. And the first thing I did was, master my language skills, not only written or spoken, but also listening and understood, and started expressing myself in the same way that a natural Canadian would do, a natural North American with English as a first language would do. And that's how I started building up more and more my confidence that I was doing the right thing. Another way was, I said, like, I need to help people. I need to help women, especially because men, when they come to Canada, they decide they need to provide for their family, so they find any jobs. While some women who are highly skilled are relegated to stay at home with the kids, maybe learning the language or maybe doing something different or slowly when they are also highly skilled. So I said, I need to help my women. And I organized a workshop back in 2018. So in 2018, as I was promoting it slowly, just paying probably $20 to $30 on Facebook, a journalist found out about the event. And that journalist featured us in the local news and the CBC News because of our work with immigrant women. That gave us another status immediately, almost, because the topic was timely back then. And I found so much joy seeing women feeling that they were not alone, because I was in the same position once. And I said, I need to do it. And for some women who also have families or partners who also speak their, the language, the mother tongue, for example, from South America or from other countries, they don't feel confident enough. They consider it's hard for them to get to where they are because there's a hole, there's a gap, and they don't feel like they're enough, that they're working enough to get there. So there's a lot of mindset that I worked with those women. And when I saw the results, I simply fell in love with enabling people and showing the way that it's okay to fail. It's okay to make mistakes, because we all do it. What we need to find is the conviction that it's getting better. It's going to get better with every time we practice. And so the more I provided, enabled these workshops, the better these women felt, the better I felt. So that's how I said, this is something that I really want to do onwards. That's, a little, in a nutshell, my background story.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Actually, it is difficult to make a profile for LinkedIn. And then Mr. Tai gave me some advice to create a LinkedIn profile. And then if someone is facing the problem that is create a profile on LinkedIn, please Miss Francis LinkedIn and check it out. Okay. Okay, and let's move to questions. So I'd like to know about your current job. So why did you choose your current job about LinkedIn? Yeah.
I realized that, I love the engineering world. I became a mom in 2014, and I realized that I did not want to leave that side. I love challenging myself, my skills, keeping them up fresh, and having the exposure from different organizations, from tech companies. Even though I was out of completely my industry, because I've been always working for oil and gas companies, and it's a different world than immersing myself in tech. I felt completely out of the water, and I said, okay, I love this. This is challenging me. This is giving me extra skills, fast implementation, quick action. But then I still feel that there's something missing. And I realized that, that missing link was the human touch. When I see someone else being better, getting better as a result of something that I said, that makes my heart, you know, fuller. That makes me feel that I, as a person, I am giving something meaningful. I am helping someone else. And when I serve, I feel basically in my perfect state. So I said, I want to have two jobs. I want to do two things. And I am confident that I can do it. I didn't know how to balance it all at the beginning. So I decided I was showing my engineering side one day, and then my LinkedIn skills and my LinkedIn knowledge on another day. But that's another conversation for a different topic. So, because I can talk to you about LinkedIn and how has changed my life, for hours. But I don't want to get out of topic.
Wow, so amazing. So, you are so a lot of jobs, and then, some people has like two jobs or three jobs, but a lot of people it's one job, only one job. But you are confident that you can do it for two things. So it is so. Yeah, I can't imagine that I have two jobs in my life at the same time.
And it's hard. Yeah. I'm not saying that it's perfect balance, because in reality there's no balance. You simply integrate your job, your business, and your personal life in a way that works for you. There's no, that myth of, work-life balance really does not exist. There is work-life integration. And especially after with the pandemic, there is work-life integration. And sometimes there's not a black and white. There's a really gray area in which sometimes people feel frustrated and unfulfilled. I right now feel, simply fantastic, because I could have both worlds.
Thank you.
I would like to know, so how to keep balance both engineer job and LinkedIn job.
How do I do it? Is that what you mean?
How do you keep balance between?
I don't. In reality, I sometimes pull my hair, but obviously, I have a contract. I am hired by a gas company, a worldwide gas company, and I dedicate, the time, the hours that are, required to my gas company. I mute my notifications. I use the Pomodoro technique to be focused, because this little device is the cause of multitasking, of attention deficit, and keep your ideas completely scattered. But when focusing on one task, one place, one responsibility, and scheduling, the business, the other side of you, and and at the times that actually works, then things fall into place nicely. Sometimes they don't, but that's life. And life is not perfectly cut. Life is it can be messy. Life can be colorful. And as I said, as long as you are happy with what you're doing, but if whenever you start feeling wriggly, that you really don't feel like you're putting your full capabilities to to the advantage of a company or an organization, or even when you're working for yourself, when you're an entrepreneur, then it's time to revisit, to review, and come back and sit and say, well, there's something that it has to change, because we know that nothing is going to change if we don't take a different action, a different course of action. There's a different path, and path that you haven't walked can be scary because we don't know what's going to happen. That's when confidence comes. When you trust that regardless of whether you stumble, whether you fall, whether you really fail miserably, you come back the next day, or maybe you take your time to, actually sit and analyze what happened, but then you come back the next day, the next week, the next month, and you start again, and you start again. That's when you define that regardless of the results of the outcomes that happens, you're going to be there. You're going to continue push through onto your breakthrough.
Thank you. That's amazing.
So, and then what do you find most rewarding about your current job?
People. when I see people, this aha moments, the expressions, when people come to me in DMs, for example, this is what happened. This is true. I had that small transition in when I promoted, this event to my network. I had that recorded probably a week ago. I wanted to do something different. I wanted to try, so I did it. It was really late at night. I did it. I was okay. I didn't know where or when I was going to use it. And then this happened. I said, absolutely. And I said, I want to do something different. And as soon as I put it out, I received 5 DMs from different people asking me, what apps did I use? How did I, manage to integrate, my video with the information that was shared? And I see that there, I thought that people would do it naturally because this is the age of information. But that is when I see, okay, this is something that people are in need of and I can share with it. And I feel super satisfied when I hear the aha moments. And generally, when I receive those questions, I simply, if I have the time, sometimes I'm cooking, dinner for my family, and I'm recording a screenshot. I'm recording my screen and walking people through the steps so that they can have, an easy way to master the art of communicating online. That makes my, my heart, as I said, full. That makes me feel really fulfilled when I see the transformation and the aha moments.
Thank you very much. It is so interesting for me. Yeah. Isn't it?
Yes, right. I think so too. So I think the importance of expanding one's network of contacts is the foundation of your work, LinkedIn work. So I would like to know, what are the benefits of networking in your opinion?
Well, the world opens to you. In one sentence, the world becomes a living room. It's LinkedIn right now is the biggest conference that you have. It never sleeps. There's always a conversation. And this is what I emphasize with anyone, with my clients, with people who approach me on DMs, on Instagram, because I also receive DMs on Instagram about LinkedIn. And I said, look, LinkedIn is simply is the biggest conversation that is happening right now. It's just like another social media, and you tailor your conversation. So having a strong network, it helps you propel. It helps you being visible. It helps you being found by people who might be looking for a professional like you, or a business owner like you, or someone with your expertise to join their team. That's why it's so important, one, to focus on finding people who, one, not only can help you, because it's a relationship of trust, having a good network. And the word, I really dislike the word networking, because it takes the human side. You think the networking is, okay, I am connecting with you, I am sending you a DM, help me, it's my benefit. And it's not. It's a two-way street. It's the exact same thing as I would be with you in person. If there is no chemistry, and I know that some people might be shy, even they will feel more introverted and more hesitant to reach out to people, because they have to do it. That's the action. You have to connect with a person. But there are ways to do it so nicely that it doesn't feel forced. And that's what I love, what I enjoy, and especially what I do, what I share with others.
Yes, exactly. So many social networking sites gives us opportunities that conversation each other. So yes, and I found that networking is extremely important. So I want to know what skills you need to build better networking today.
Well, you need to you need to master the art of building trust, of being a trustworthy person. And that is one of the values and principles LinkedIn professes. LinkedIn has three main values or guidelines, and one is to be safe, to be trustworthy, and to be professional. And professional doesn't mean that you need to, every day that you go to LinkedIn, to wear a suit and a tie. Absolutely not. It's not about how you appear. It's about how you address people. It's about how you become resourceful. That's how people start, trusting you. The more you give, the more you connect with people. And the ways to connect is, one, never being shady. And shady means having a strong profile. You have, the main foundation of LinkedIn is your personal profile. If it is incomplete, if you're not allowing people to see your headshot, people will not understand what you are there for. So the more transparent, the more complete your profile is, and every section is nicely put together and cohesive, and actually says who you are, what you do, who you help, and how. And that also applies to students. Students have the best advantage because you're building up that relationship of trust. And you don't need to sound serious. You gotta show your personality in a way that, one, helps you connect with that person you want to connect. You gotta define it. You gotta find your goals. Why am I here for? Am I here because I want to start building up knowledge, or simply build a community that shares great information for other students? That's how you become resourceful, because you want to start building up your speaking skills. Maybe you can do that. The goals and the purpose are infinite. but your profile has to say it. Even without talking to you, your profile has to say it very clearly and concise. So once you do it, then with your conversation, which is a post, which is, consistently coming up to the platform and being seen. And this is not only with posting, but being seen, being visible. People will see you again and again. It's like when you walk around the university and you see, that person that was a stranger one day, and then you see him again, and then you see him again, and then you start saying, hi, how are you? And then you, all of a sudden, there comes to a moment in which one of your friends introduce you to that person. And then you guys start talking. That's LinkedIn. That's LinkedIn. It cannot be forced. You don't stop someone else on the street and say, hi, I want to be your friend. How are you doing? I am a student. Because you're going to freak out people. That's what people don't understand from LinkedIn. But I want you to see it as natural. It cannot be forced. It simply has to have a process that comes and goes naturally, because there are two people. Sometimes those two people don't have any chemistry. So you notice, you feel it, and you don't need to force it. There are other ways.
Thank you. Certainly. So having strong profile is so significant to be trustable on social networking sites. How do you think, Lai?
It's kind of after the Miss Francis' opinion, I think before we start LinkedIn, we didn't understand clearly why I should post like my face or my information on LinkedIn. But I realized that expand networking is really, really interesting. And now I feel my network is expanding globally. And then I set my profile, my face, my information a lot. And now it's really, really good for me. Yeah.
Look, when you understand that your profile, it's you 24 hours available to someone. That's why it's important to have, everything clear, stay what you are there, what you are open to, and then enabling the conversations. You can curate your conversation. You can talk about tech if that is what makes you passionate. You don't want to talk about anything else. You can talk about diversity. You can talk about human rights. You can talk about change. You can talk about technology, AI, anything that helps, showcase your vision and your mission. As a student, you don't need to have all the answers. And simply with an open mind, you can start checking what comes in your feed, what LinkedIn is putting together in your feed based on the people that you have in your network. And you decide which post. You don't need to engage with all the posts and all the quotes, because people will understand that you really don't know why or what you are on LinkedIn for. When you start liking pretty quotes but really not adding into the conversation, people notice it. So the best you can do is define what is the topic, or the topics that really makes you very energetic, that you love, that you want to support, and then find those people. You might have it already in your network, and those people might be interacting with others in their network. Just pay attention and define which are those. You can make a list of people that you love, checking their content, and then go there. Going to a person's post is being a part of the conversation. You read the post, and then there's no better way to break the ice than adding a comment. When you comment in other people's posts, you are stopping being the stranger. At the beginning, the first comments, of course, you're going to be a stranger. You will appear out of the nowhere and you will add to the conversation. But adding to the conversation is truly what makes you stop on that post and decided to comment. And it's not thank you for sharing. It's thank you because you open my mind to this topic in this way, in this way, in this way. That is a meaningful comment, and people notice. So the author, if it's very active and knows that we are here to be social, this is a social media platform, and if you don't talk, people will understand that you are not a talkative person. You don't talk, and they are not going to talk to you. But the more you come and you say that this is incredible, you help me understand that in the world, let's assume that in the world of the artificial intelligence, there's nothing better than finding, that human side that can help with the technology make someone else's better. You're not just saying thank you for sharing. You're giving a piece of you, and it's a blueprint. So that every comment that you add, it's a blueprint that you leave on LinkedIn. So it's intentional, and you gotta do it right.
Yeah, thank you very much. And before next question, Hina, let me see YouTube comments.
Yes,
Yeah.
we have many comments on the chat box.
Yeah.
So, Miss Kimura said a strong network is important. And
Yeah.
also,
And Shafiq Rahim. Yes, setting up the profile is very important to ensure people know you are real.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
okay.
Next question. Yeah. So are there times when you fear failure? So if so, when?
Well, every day. Every day. Every day. And it's a part of the human experience, especially when you are starting getting yourself out there. Look, let me tell you my story, my experience. When I started back in 2018, helping my friends, changing their resume, improving the way they talk about themselves, because we didn't have any proper template. We weren't coached by anybody. What I realized is that a resume, it's your past. You're showing the best way how you have the foundations, the knowledge, and the experience to perform a job that you are applying for example. So I wanted to show that. It wasn't the duties that I perform, but the results that I share with my organization, what mattered. And that changed completely. And I added that to my LinkedIn profile. But then I said, well, I'm talking about two different things, and I really am not getting the results. People weren't talking to me because one day I was talking about health and safety, and then another day I was talking about LinkedIn. So by being generalist, I was talking to no one. So I decided to focus on one thing, and it was to be a bridge for people to understand LinkedIn better, for communicating, to finding that person they are looking for, to find the relationships they want to build with someone. So I realized that I needed to put myself out there. And I could not feel more self-aware that when I started to write. When I started to write, I was writing in English, but that is not my first language. My first language is Spanish, is Espanol. So by speaking in Espanol and thinking in Spanish and then trying to translate in a way that actually would convey that message was hard. So the first post that I had sucked. They were terrible. But I realized that I had to go through that road. I had to learn how to improve my writing skills. And there's no other way to improve than to practicing and then to failing. And then I got used to failing. And then I realized that the likes, that the hearts weren't personal. Although at the beginning I felt like, okay, I'm failing, no one is talking to me, this is awful. But I realized that those likes or the lack of the comments or the lack of comments was a sign, was a feedback. So I took my engineering brain and said, like, well, this is data. People are telling me that they are really not resonating with the message that I'm putting out there. So I started to talk. I started to adding more comments to more people. I started to find the people that I really wanted to see in my feed. Other engineers, data scientists, other LinkedIn coaches, because I, if you keep yourself in a bubble with a small group of people in your same industry, you really are missing out what is happening in the world. And nowadays, being timely is absolutely crucial to stay relevant, because we are humans. There's so much going on around us. There's now a war happening. I cannot ignore that. That affects me. That makes me feel. There's emotions involved in that. So by being a part of the conversation, even if it's not me who is creating the post, but actually talking to others who are in my feed, I am telling my people, I am signaling, I am here, I am present, and I'm coming back again to talk to you more, to stay here. So being present, it's actually the most important thing that you can do. And at the beginning, you might take your time, read your feed, but then decide that if you are not a part of the conversation, you are a person who is in the backseat, not participating. The more you are there, the more you look for people. And having a strong network, I also have an article that I wrote about it. So having a strong network means to have at least 3 mentors, 3 referral sources, 3 supporters, and having other people that you can learn from. You can have coaches, you can have mentors, you can have referral sources, you can have your friends or peers and supporters, and that is around 10 people, but it's a base. You can have 10 mentors, you can have 10 people that can introduce you to someone else. Those are master connectors, and you will notice, as long as you come back at least, and you take 30 minutes a day maybe to be and to see who is the people, what are the people who are there making an impact in the world that you can follow, that you can start even emulating. Emulating doesn't mean copywriting, like violating copywriting. You are seeing what that person is doing, and you can share something similar with your own topic, but you're learning. We all, as human beings, want to be sociable, want to be accepted, want to be recognized, and want to be validated. So once we are accepted, when we fit in, we want to stand out. So once you feel comfortable with this frequency, then you can find your own voice. That's what I'm here for.
Thank you very much. It is important to take action and keep practicing and try new things. Yeah. Okay, it's okay.
So I think finding one's strengths is very difficult for people, and especially for college students like us. So because people tend to find only their bad points. So is there anything we should do to find my strengths?
Absolutely. Just ask yourself. You don't need to have all the answers, first of all. I am 43, almost 44 years old, and I don't have all the answers. I know what my strengths are and recognizing them, like what you're good at. Do you like drawing? You're fantastic at drawing. Then you find it, or you can ask. Sometimes your own people, your family, your closest friends, those who love you and support you. What am I good at? that I might not be able to see it because I feel like I'm inside the jar and I cannot read the label from the outside. So you can ask your people, what do you think that I am, the best at, good at? They will tell you. They can tell you about your excellent communication skills, your heart and your love for helping people. Maybe your love for technology. Maybe it is the way that you solve problems because you have an abstract mind and that keen ability to solve the problems that people don't get to see. You can find your strength and just take a note. Take a note. If you want to be good at something, then practice that something over and over for a year. From here to 1 year, and 1 year from now, you will be an expert on that. But you will not become something good at if you don't practice it. So whatever you do, make sure that it's clear that you love, that you're enjoying. And if you consider that, this is not the path, you still have, another day to start new. So finding your strength are a way for other people to mention it first, but you know them. I know that I have great organizational skills. I know that I love short form video and that I want to deliver a message short, sweet, and leave it as memorable as possible. And it all started back in 2017 when I joined Instagram and I started to explore Instagram stories, and I was awful. I have recorded hundreds and hundreds and probably thousands of stories, and I was terrible. I would make mistakes of not being able to deliver the message that I wanted because I started to feel self-aware, looking at myself in the camera, then thinking about why would people pay attention to me? So my inner conversation was actually being the biggest saboteur of all. I was sabotaging myself until I decided to say, no, when I want to share a message, I want to write it down. I want to practice this. I would practice this 24 times, 50 times until I got the ability to say in 15 seconds or less what I wanted to say. So finding your strengths doesn't have to be, these are my strengths, this is how I do it. No, it's an evolving process. And it's beautiful because you recognize yourself, what you're good at. And when you are not good at something, you'll know that you will find another person who will do it for you or who can help you get there because you don't need to do everything yourself. That's why there are coaches. That's why there are businesses that specialize in certain aspects. Because, for example, me as a business owner, I hate designing my own graphics, but I know that to hire the best person, the ideal person that works for me, I need to know what is the result that I truly want. And I cannot do it. If I don't know the basics, if I don't go through the mistakes, and I still am not satisfied. So I invite you all to find, what do you feel good at? Do you love skating? Do you love rollerblading? Do you love, the healthy lifestyle? And take it note. Is that aligned with what you want in your goals? What you want to reflect on LinkedIn? Yes, no. That's something that you got to be clear. You got to find your values. What is something that you cannot negotiate? Is it human rights? Is it the respect for other people? Is it the love for animals? Is it diversity, equity, including people? Because your message needs to be tailored for people who are impaired, like hearing impaired, who are blind, who cannot talk. So you gotta understand and find a way to share that message, to that your actions resonate.
Yes, exactly. So finding my strengths is need whole process to practice over and over. I learned from your answer. Thank you. So
Glad to hear that.
conclude remarks.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you for joining us today, Miss Francis. So how was today's session?
It was fantastic, guys. And I'm sorry that I have extended myself, but I love, talking about the beauty of communicating yourself. To never dim yourself because you want to fit in an industry, in a place. I did it, and it's dreadful. It drains your energy. It goes against who you are. So if this is the perfect place to say it, show yourself. If you're not understood, if you're not accepted, that means that those are not the people that you need. You need to find the people, and then you need to continue your journey. Because I thought LinkedIn was so stiff and so complex that I needed to bring the most complex language in my posts so people would consider me an expert or a professional, when it was all the opposite. When I realized that I needed to share my message in a way that was understood instantly, that even my 7-year-old boy would read it and would understand it, people started, getting it. And then I started, a year ago, nobody was sharing TikToks. That was not professional for LinkedIn. And now look at what is happening. People are integrating TikTok into their content strategy because it's fast, it's dynamic. People love, being sharing or seeing different images. It keeps the attention. And also you deliver a message. Sometimes you deliver a surprise. That's why TikTok is so popular, because you have a transformation when you show and you nail the art of talking to people. Show a transformation, even if it's with written words, with videos, with carousels, with anything that you decide that you have in your hand, and you share with them and your own way. People will notice that you have your style, and they will love your style. If they don't love, they will run to another person, but that's okay, because you want the people who will support you, who will resonate your message, and who will be there for you.
Thank you very much. I learned a lot of new things, and I think audience too. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. And it is true what they say, time flies when you are having fun. And indeed, we've reached the end of our show with Miss Francis. Thank you so much to the audience that have participated in the chat box and the questions or comments. I think we have definitely learned a lot from today's session. Thank you very much.
I'll be happy. Well, if you guys want to share the comments, I am happy to connect with anybody who has additional questions. I am always a message away.
Thank you. And also to all of you who are participating, thank you for watching. The next and last event for the Global Fireside Chat series, presented by the students of Hokusei Gakuen University, will start at 3 p.m. Japan Standard Time.
Our guest will be Mr. Andrew Tai, who will be joining us from Malaysia. The topic is youth and global collaboration.
Thank you once again, Ms. Francis, for coming to our event today. We hope to see you again. I'm sorry.
You guys are, amazing rock stars. You did an amazing job.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Me too. So we hope to see you again. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are your co-moderators for our final Global Fireside Chat session, and we are happy to see many of you who have stuck around with us throughout. To say hi in the chat box, take this final opportunity to also interact with us throughout the session by posting your questions or comments. Today's final guest is Mr. Andrew Tai. So, Rai, I understand you have interacted with Mr. Tai before.
Yes, actually, yes. I've had several interactions with Mr. Tai before this event. And hello, Mr. Tai. How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Rai. Hi, Hina. It's great to see you guys. You guys have been doing a fantastic job for the last 2 days. I've enjoyed myself, in all the previous sessions. You've got great speakers that came to the show. Well done to you guys, to both Rintaro and Arisa from yesterday, and as well as everyone who has been working so hard behind the scenes.
Yeah, thank you for a wonderful opportunity. Thank you for giving us such a wonderful opportunity for us. Thank you. So before we proceed further, I would like to introduce a few of our current activities. The Global Skills Project, called GSP, is a special program at Hokusei and consists of students outside of the English Literature Department.
In our activities, we are self-motivators focused on teamwork and efficiency, as we always challenge ourselves to do tasks that are outside of our comfort zone. Also, it is often challenging. We enjoy working with the members of the group to look globally and seek new knowledge. This event is a collaboration between second-year students of Hokusei Gakuen University and a Malaysian company called Synapze. 6 subject matter experts in their industry from different countries will be invited for discussion.
Mr. Tai is a director for a Malaysia-based company called Synapze. Their area of business is focused on curating events as well as content creation. In our topic today, we would like to speak to him about youth and global collaboration and find out how that relates back to his work. So could you please tell us more about yourself and your work, Mr. Tai?
Thank you, Rai, and for that wonderful introduction, Hina. First and foremost, I would just like to say thank you to the university. First of all, of course, for having the program for students like you, and of course to then give us the opportunity to collaborate together and put up this wonderful 2-day event that I think a lot of people have been getting, great value out of the guests that you have invited over to the show. To answer your question, how did I get to where I am today in terms of my career? I started off as a copywriter 19 years ago, and I'm, from then on, I've been pretty much been in literally the same industry, which is what I like to call the media industry at the time. So we used to do a lot of television and radio work for private stations in Malaysia as well as government stations in Malaysia. And from then on, it kind of developed and evolved. Of course, we all know what traditional media is, right? Television as well as radio. But in the last couple of years, technology has advanced so much that it has evolved into digital media as well. And that's how we came into the picture of curating our own virtual events and whatnot during the beginning of the pandemic. The timing was just so right at that moment that we decided to get ourselves involved into virtual, and that's how it has been. It's been wonderful. It's a wonderful journey, and I'll speak a little bit more about how we got involved with youth and whatnot. But to answer your short question, it has been my career all along to be involved in media. And I've never looked back since. I've enjoyed every moment I had in terms of my work.
Thank you very much. You have a wonderful office, and we had a great time before this event. Several interaction with Mr. Tai. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for giving us such a wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So you are involved in organizing many events like this one. So where does your passion for your work come from?
I think to really put into perspective where that passion comes from in terms of the type of work that I do is pretty much to hear at the end of the day when people tell myself or tell my team members how much they appreciate our work and how much they appreciate the effort that we put into the type of work that we do. You know, just to dial it back a little bit, I will just share with you how we technically got involved with work, you know, with youths. So one of the early projects that we were involved in was a digital maker fair with a government agency in Malaysia. And what happens is we were meant to curate content that were very STEM related. In that sense, and kids from students and kids from schools all over Malaysia will come to a place and kind of have a celebration. It's also a 2-day event where they get involved in robotics, they get involved in aerospace, they get involved in gaming, they get involved in animation, filmmaking, they get involved in programming and coding and things like that, right? So kids get excited when they get to see those kind of things. So we were involved in that project at one point early on in the early days of Synapze, and that was how we started to get excited. I'm also very lucky, obviously, that I have team members who also share the same passion as me. So you know that there is a saying that says no, all the crazy people will stick together and work together, right? And that's literally how it has been. It's always down to my team members who work very hard to also give that kind of output in terms of the programs that we do, the projects that we do, and it's very youth-centric in that sense. Yeah.
Thank you. So as you mentioned, colleagues is so important. So I think that in order to make many events successful, you need to communicate and cooperate with your colleagues in the company. So what skills are you looking for in the people you work with?
You know, I followed the event that you guys had since yesterday, and a lot of the speakers that came on the show had very common themes that they shared. At the end of the day, it's not so much of what are the hard skills and in a way the soft skills that you have. I think what is very important here is the attitude. You know, as long as you have a great attitude towards the things you do, it doesn't have to be about work. It can be about play. It can be about, you know, as simple as you eating certain food. If you approach that food with great attitude, you know, at the end of the day, I think anything you set your mind towards will come out great. So the results will be great. So for me personally, when I, so to speak, get someone to be part of the team, that person, that individual has to have the right kind of attitude. And when I say the right kind of attitude, again, I can only share from my own lived experience. Attitude here to me means, you know, your willingness to learn, your willingness to admit you have made mistakes and learn from that, obviously. And most importantly, like what Mr. Venu also mentioned yesterday as well, the curiosity. That's very important. I have had that curiosity for the longest time, right? Ever since I was young, I was always very curious. I always wanted to know, why is it this and why is it not that? How is it like this and how is it not like that? So I'm very curious in nature. You have great attitude. That attitude comes with a lot of curiosity. I think that will bring you very far in your career, especially since all of you at this point in time are still very young and you know, literally have not gone into the workforce yet. If you set that foundation in terms of being very curious and having great attitude towards things that you put your mind to, I think you will be very successful. And that's the hope we have for a lot of people, not just the youths in Malaysia, but youths around the world, right? At the end of the day, we do live in a very small world, in the sense where it's borderless today. You and I are connected in Japan and Malaysia, and you had earlier talks in America, in Canada, in India, in Australia. So that the world has become so small because technology has brought us all together. So with great attitude, a lot of things can be achieved.
Exactly. So curiosity is significant to communicate and better communicate and cooperate with your colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think our attitude is also important, and also important things are teamwork. We are conducting this event by 18 students, and if we were like a 3 students, maybe we can't hold this event, I think. But yeah, so teamwork is essential for us. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, thank you very much. So next topic is about youth. I think you mentioned you love being involved in work that revolves around the youth empowerment. So why are you focusing on youth?
Look, I actually never really gave a lot of thought to that question, you know, until very recently when we started talking, and obviously that thought came across my mind. I think for the very simple fact, and maybe for very selfish fact as well, you know, I have 2 young kids. My 2 boys are 9 and 6 years old, right? And eventually, I obviously hope that they live a long life, and you know, at certain point, I will not be around anymore. And what you want to see is, as a parent, is you want to leave them in a good place. You want to leave them in a world that is you know, unlike what it is today, right? So you hope for a better world, and because of that, with that in mind, a lot of work that I do that focus on youth, I try my best to give the best to youth today, so that you know, eventually when my kids were to grow up, that they will live in the same world as you and you know, Rintaro, Arisa, and everyone else, you know, around the world. So small steps, I suppose. And I like to quote this, you know, not exactly a quote, but you know, a dear friend on LinkedIn, Eric Sims, does this very well, right? He talks about doing small actions, because small actions will then lead to big results and big impact. And that's what we want to do. If we all play a small part in making the world a better place, I think then it will be a better place.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think also, yeah, small step is very, very important. Yeah, for achieve some goals. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, we have to do some steps to achieve our goal.
Yeah.
And we have to set high goals to achieve what I want to do. So some step is so important, I think. So I know you are very focused on youth and global collaborations. So why are you focusing on these two at the same time?
So I believe that, again, like I said earlier, right? Everyone plays a role Everyone has a role to play. And we here at Synapse understand our capabilities, we understand our limitations. So there are some things where we don't get involved in, right? That simply because we are not subject matter experts in those areas. But when you talk about youth and global collaboration, we own our virtual platform, right? We have the technical experts, we have the people to build the platform and whatnot. And because of that, we know how to make best use of it. And that's what we want to do, because that's what we are good at. So global collaboration in that sense makes wonderful sense in that way, because we know what we can bring out the best in collaborating with people. And that's what we hope to do. And we want to connect a lot of people together, right? We don't need to be involved all the time as a front-facing brand or whatever not. But we would love to bring other brands together, bring other individuals together, bring other groups of people and community together. Because at the end of the day, we are all global citizens. We are all global citizens. So that's what we love doing. And that's how we put youth and global collaboration together through our technology in that sense. So in a way, if you look at what the meaning of synapse is literally it's two neurons, being the conduit, that bridge between the two neurons, right? So hence why we also have that tagline, mind the gap, because there is that gap in between, and we want to be that bridge. We want to be that connector between two ideas and that spark, as and when things happen. So we love doing stuff like that, and that's why we are involved in youth and global collaboration and whatnot.
That's amazing. Thank you.
And do you think that establishing a global network when you're young is beneficial for the future?
Oh yeah, I always tell people that I wish I was 20 years younger. Maybe around the same age as the two of you, simply because the world is so amazing today, and the world is so different from when I grew up, right? That there are so many opportunities to be had, and if you're not there to seize that moment, you're going to lose out on a lot, right? So I truly believe at a very early stage, a lot of people don't believe in things like LinkedIn, for example. People have to understand, it doesn't mean that you have to have a permanent job in order to start a LinkedIn profile, for example. LinkedIn is literally the largest, and I would like to quote a dear friend here, Ilya, who spoke to the both of you earlier. LinkedIn is the largest social conference out there that is available in the world, right? And there are billions of people for you to connect with on LinkedIn in that sense. And why not make good use of it? You have to, and especially at an early stage, there are so many ways for people to be able to connect and build that branding on LinkedIn. Obviously, I'm no expert in it, but there are so many people out there that can share great tips and advice, and if the audience were to like it, I can create a show where we bring in all these LinkedIn experts, and then they can then truly share and add value to it. But to answer your question, at an early stage, at an early age, is it good to start off networking with people? Definitely, because the saying goes, your network is your net worth, and it's true. It's true, right? You build social capital from networking with people, especially on LinkedIn, and you never know, at any point in time you would then need to turn around and ask for a favor, ask for help, and people would be willing to help you in that sense. So there are so many benefits to getting an early head start. like they say, right? The early bird catches the worm. So if you start early on anything, and you start building a strong foundation for it, definitely for sure you are able to achieve a lot, and as compared to someone who has not started on anything at all in that sense. Yeah, so definitely network. I totally believe in networking with people, and not just people in your country, but people outside of your country. And I'm sure after this, you guys will have that opportunity, because you are now, you know, famous and well known. You are an international talk show host now, you know. So definitely you will get a lot of people coming to you, especially Rai, you know, with the red cheeks and whatnot, you know, so kawaii, you know. People will definitely be interested to get connected with you and learn more, and this is your opportunity as well to share the culture of Japan with the world in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. Yeah, I totally agree with you. You know, as I mentioned earlier, like in the Miss Francis sessions, yeah, before start the LinkedIn, we didn't know perfectly know why should we start the LinkedIn, and then and now I feel like globally, and my network is expanding globally. So every day, and then right now we can connect. We could connect with you, and then I wanna talk with you, and so I chose this session. Yeah, so I feel globally, every day, anytime, anywhere. Yeah, Hina, what about you?
Yes, yes, definitely. I think so. So maybe we can't expect such a wonderful social networking site uh, 10 or 20 years ago. So we have to this kind of tool more useful and effectively. I think so.
Yeah, and then yeah, let's see the comments.
Okay.
Mr. Tomohisa Suzuki. I agree with you, Mr. Tai. LinkedIn is a good for the building our network all over the world. Yeah,
Definitely.
definitely.
Yes. One more comment we have. Rai
Mhm.
always has red cheeks. It's so
It's
funny.
always, always,
Yes.
always beside, yeah, without like a nervous. Yeah, it's always,
Yes,
always,
I think so.
always. Yeah. Thank
Yes,
you, thank you. Okay,
thank
next, yeah.
you.
Mhm.
Okay, so next, um, we are just college students, so we have long time future. So what do you think are the skills that young people will need in 10 or 20 years in the face of globalization?
I know there are a lot of people out there who would love a debate about, you know, having hard skills and soft skills. Obviously, Miss Airy yesterday spoke a lot about having soft skills, which, you know, I totally agree. Right? It's all correct. There's no wrong in it. In fact, even if you were to have hard skills as well, I totally agree too. It also depends on the kind of work that you do in that sense. But one thing, I would really think that, you know, whether it's 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, or even 30 years from now, that will not be different in any way, would be the skill of communicating, right? That is something that is constant. You can have all the technology in the world, but if you're unable to communicate that technology to someone, be it a client, a user, or an investor, or a partner, or just in a general public sense, that product or that service is probably not going to happen or work. So communication is to me is key, regardless of at what timeline of human history you're in, right? When I started work early, communicating was very important, right? You listen to what your boss have to tell you, and you take in and absorb whatever you learn, and then you communicate it out to your colleagues or to your partners, to your vendors, to your clients and whatnot. Today, it's the same thing, right? When I have team members and they communicate, I listen. And when I communicate with them, they listen. And sometimes we both communicate, on a topic and things like that. So to me, it's timeless. The real skill to have is definitely the skill of communicating, especially with humans. I mean, a lot of times a lot of people agree humans are sometimes the funniest species, right? It's the most difficult to understand. So to me, communication is definitely key in terms of whether it's 10 years from now or 20 years from now, the kind of skills to have. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. If the time or technology is progressing, we definitely need to communicate each other and understanding each other. So I agree with you. How about you? Like, how do you think so?
Okay. Yeah, I agree with Hina and Mr. Tai. Yeah, and then besides like communication, I think it is important things express myself. Yeah, express myself. If I have original opinion, you should say that to other people. So yeah, communication. Yeah.
Right. You brought up a good point that I just want to stress on a little bit. You are absolutely right. When you have your opinion and you have your thoughts about things, you should truly voice it out and not keep it inside of you. And I think a lot of the youths today are very, they're very open in the way they communicate as well, which is a great thing. I'm always of that thought where you shouldn't beat around the bush. You get to the point. I want to know exactly what you're thinking so that then we can think of what are the next steps. But if you're not telling me anything and you're not saying anything and I have to figure it out for myself, that takes too much time and it consumes too much of energy in that sense. So yes, you have something to say, voice it out, because you have every right to say what you want to say in that sense, right? Of course, as long as it's within the boundaries of what is considered right and wrong and that's something every adult should be able to determine. But I totally agree with you, right? That's very true.
Yeah. So it's and me. I think we are struggle right now for improve my express myself.
Yes,
every day. Yeah,
definitely. Yes.
it is not easy for us. I think, right,
So
Yes, we
again,
have.
it goes back. Sorry, Hina. So again, it goes back
No
to
problem.
what I mentioned earlier. There is a great book that I'm reading that I'm still not finished reading yet, but it's Small Actions by Eric Sim. The title itself tells you that, right? Yes, it's difficult, like what you said, but as long as every day you are taking that small step towards making that improvement or challenging yourself, coming out of your comfort zone to do it, like what you guys are doing now, right? Never ever have you hosted a show, perhaps not even in Japanese, but now you're hosting a show in English. So that's you stepping out of the comfort zone. That's you taking action. That's you taking small action, but with immense result. You're going global. You're not even thinking of Japan in that sense now. You're thinking global. So that's fantastic. Sorry, Hina, go ahead.
No problem. So, yes, exactly. I agree with Rai and Mr. Tai's opinion. We have to continue to practice practice to tell my original opinion. So yes, I think so.
Yeah, and then a couple months ago, I can't imagine that this moment. I think
Me
couple
too.
months ago, yeah, when I think we don't want anymore. because we can't, but right now we can do it. And then we are having this moment. Yeah. So take action and keep practicing and reflection and more. Yeah.
Yes, all the process is important.
Yes, that's right. Okay. And then I am also interested. Can I back to the story? Yeah,
Yes.
about your current job. Yeah. So you are director at Synapze right now. And then did you have any fears or insecurities when you start like a business? A lot of people feel like a business is very difficult for me. So yeah, I can't start right now. But what do you think about it?
Do you see the dark circles, the eye bags, you know, the wrinkle lines and whatnot? Those are all effects of you know, literally having sleepless nights every time, thinking about work, thinking about the business, thinking about you know, if whatever products or services that we have that has you know, that is offered to the client is the best in the town. You know, if there's anyone else who's going to be better than us, are we going to lose our business? Are we not going to have people coming to us to ask us to do work for them? That worry happens all the time. And to imagine that we started Synapze in a way just before the pandemic hit globally, it's crazy, right? In Malaysia, we've seen thousands of businesses that have shut during COVID because they were not able to sustain. Again, we are very fortunate in that sense that you know, the type of work that we do is in demand at this point in time. Again, I cannot stress enough, it is important to have great team members to work with you, right? So I'm very, 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 very lucky to have great team members who are able to do the work, who are able to put up with my crazy ideas, who would love to entertain my crazy ideas, and who share the same passion as me. So that kind of thing click. But I think most importantly, of course, is to get great partners who understand what your visions are, what your goals are, and what your aims are at the end of the day. So the purpose of the business is very important. I know, as cliche as it may sound, a lot of people say, yeah, the only point here is to look for revenue, to look for money, and to move towards profit. Of course, I'm not going to lie and tell you it's not that. Otherwise, we are not going to be in business. I will be an NGO, for example, right? But we are in business, but we also understand what our purpose are. So the purpose is very important. Of course, the support system, right? When I say support system, means here the team members and whatnot, the partners. And I just also want to stress one thing, which I think Ilya has also mentioned it earlier. What is important to have in life is to have mentors. And I've been also very fortunate to have two mentors that has been with me. I mean, I've been with them for the longest time since my career started. So mentors are very important, especially when you go towards a workforce. And how, whether you choose them to be your mentors or they choose you to be your mentees, you know, everyone will have a different definition and story for that. But you know, when you have a mentor together with you, that's, to me, it has helped a lot in my career. Yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Right, Hina?
Yes.
It's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your opinions. Thank you very much, Mr. Tai. So before we end of the session, let's see again the comments.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a comment from Mr. Tomohisa.
Mhm.
I have not known the name Hokusei Gakuen University, but now your university is deeply engraved in my memory through this event. This is also one of the advantage. Yes, exactly. I think
Wow.
so.
Amazing. So you imagine this through this event, you have literally put a couple of things in the world map, right? I mean, Sapporo, Hokkaido, and Japan obviously is in the world map, but you have enhanced their position in the world map to the audience over the past 2 days, and of course, Hokusei University. Everyone knows about it now. I think a lot of Malaysians as well are starting to know that university and such fantastic students they have in the university, and of course the amazing program, Global Skills Project. Again, I have to mention this, without Miss Rie Eichmann and Miss Aki Nishihara, of course, the program itself, has been going on for the last 7 years or so. And it has been fantastic, and for you guys to bring it virtual this time around in this sort of a scale, and putting your university and whatnot into the global map is a great achievement. Great achievement.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so thank you thank you, Mr. Tai. Such a wonderful way to end of the full event, and for you to be sharing with us so much insights. You have truly given great value to our audience here today. I'm sure everyone has enjoyed it. Did you enjoy it as well, Mr. Tai?
Oh, it has been a tiring 2 days, but to be honest with you, I have enjoyed every minute of it. I think you obviously know from a lot of the conversations we have had over the last couple of days. I've truly enjoyed myself. I've truly enjoyed the process. I've enjoyed sharing the experiences with you guys, and helping all of you in terms of understanding how a virtual event is curated, how a virtual event is then executed as well. So again, to me, it brings a smile to my face when I know that you guys have also enjoyed it as much as I did.
Fantastic. We would like to thank Mr. Tai once again for coming to the show, as well as providing us a platform to showcase this important event. To all of you who have followed us throughout the 2 days, thank you for watching. Before we close the event, we would like to say a big thank you to everyone who has worked so hard behind the scenes in making this event successful.
We will continue to provide more and more opportunities for global connections and global activities. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We look forward to seeing you again.
Stay tuned, as we will also have Mr. Kazuhiko Nakamura, Vice President of Hokusei Gakuen University and Junior College, Japan, coming to you to officially close the event for us.
Let us watch the recorded video message from Mr. Kazuhiko Nakamura now.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
皆様こんにちは。北西学園大学副学長の中村和彦と申します。この度のグローバルファイヤーサイドチャットの閉会にあたりまして、一言ご挨拶を申し上げます。この2日間のイベントにご参加いただきました皆様、本当にありがとうございました。そしてゲストスピーカーの皆様、シナプスのアンドリュー・タイさんとチームの皆様にも心より御礼を申し上げます。学生の皆さん、この国際的なイベントの成功を心からお祝い申し上げます。モデレーターをはじめとした皆さんの姿を拝見しながら、国境を越え、言葉の壁を越え、世界の人々と心を開いて交流することの大切さと素晴らしさを、このイベントから 再認識させていただきました。2日間のイベントは終了しますが、常に国際的な視野を持ち、これからも挑戦し続けていかれることを心から願います。Okay, so I'd like to say congratulations to all the Hokusei Gakuen students. You have worked very hard to make this event happen. As you know, Hokusei aims for students to be internationally minded individuals. And through this event, you have embodied the philosophy of Hokusei. I really want to congratulate you. All the guest speakers, thank you very much for your time for this event. And thank you for encouraging the students. They have learned so much from all of you. For the students, you were inspirations. And I am sure they will cherish the opportunities for the future. Also, I would like to say thank you to Synapse, Mr. Andrew Tai and his team for delivering this event in back end. Without your passion and patient support, this event would not have been a success. Lastly, I would like to talk about Hokusei motto. It is shine like stars in the dark world. It includes becoming bridges between people beyond borders. The students will shining like stars. And this is all thanks to the wonderful guest speakers and the great Synapse team. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this beautiful encounter with you. Keep in touch, please. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.